right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. It's really getting heated here, but yes, we're giving you business, development, and economy updates. Let's take the next story. A growing number of Nigerian farmers are diverting their produce to urban markets in search of higher profit, contributing to rising food inflation in rural areas. Analysts say the trend is worsening access to affordable staples in farming communities that traditionally relied on local harvest. By prioritizing cities where prices are more attractive, many farmers are bypassing rural supply chains. This shift has left villages with reduced food availability and soaring prices, even for locally grown crops. The situation is especially severe in states already grappling with insecurity and poor infrastructure. Experts warn that unless interventions are made, such as rural market incentives, improved storage facilities, and transport subsidies, the disparity in food access between urban and rural Nigeria will continue to grow. They also call for policies that balance farmer income needs with the national food security goals. So, I'm in a dilemma here because these farmers, they have to make profits.
Definitely.
They have to make profits. And insecurity is not doing them good. So they have to try as much as possible, the little they can harvest, make the maximum profit out of it. Thereby, they take it to where they know that, yes, they can sell and sell at a very good, they can bargain well. But this would also mean that the rural areas would be depleted of food supply. How can we, come in between? How can the government, what can the government actually do?
Okay, everything is not government. Okay, this is where we need to go back to who we are. If we retrace our steps, you get to find out that 99% of all people that were dwelling in the rural areas were growing their own food.
Yes.
Which is our culture, which should also be what it is. So they grow their own food, then it's the excess that they bring to the market to sell. But now we see that less people are growing their own food and now buying off the market. I still remember growing up, if you go to the market to buy Gary, they look at you as if something is wrong with your family. Where I come from. So you don't go to the market to buy food stuff. You only go to the market to exchange food stuff. So maybe I am coming to the market with Gary and you are coming to the market with oil. And I say, okay, this person's family, okay, you take my oil, I take your Gary. We'll just exchange stuff. But now we see that is changing. And the people in the rural areas, they also have needs that has to be met. And these needs require a lot of financing. The economy is affecting everybody. So they need to make profit. The rural markets are no longer what they used to be. These are things people should also note. People are coming all the way from Lagos, from Kano, from the major cities, going to this particular market we call rural markets, which happens to be weekly markets in some certain areas, and buying directly off them. And the people living in rural areas, they don't want to deal with the middlemen anymore, because this middleman has fleeced them to the point whereby they now understand that these people have not been to our advantage. So they'll prefer to sell their produce directly to the market. Now, what's it costing us? It's costing us that ability to have those same exchanges we used to have, the cheaper food we used to have, because people living in rural areas most times don't patronize the market. They would rather go to your compound or come to your farm So those buying and exchanges happen either in your compound or your farm, but we are seeing that it's not happening anymore. So everybody now has to go to the market. How can we help out? A lot of these government policies and government activities now needs to get directly to the farm, let them farm some more. Increase their ability to farm, not just during the rainy season, but also during the dry season, where irrigation now needs to come in, whereby he knows that, okay, it's not just one season and I'll have to wait for the next season. I'm done. By the time I'm harvesting, I have ability to plant again or replant. Before I didn't harvest, I'm taking half. They just know that I can keep planting, and encourage everybody living within the rural area to get productive, and also encourage people in the urban centers. All of us should not be here wearing tie. And yes, we can. Should be. we might not migrate to the rural centers, but we can all contribute our quota to make sure that somebody somewhere is in the farm and crops are being planted and harvest is expected.
What do you think about this?
Yeah, okay. First of all, Chooks, some of the big entrepreneurs today, when it comes to agribusiness, were subsistence farmers who, when they plant for their own subsistence survival for the family, and they seen the middlemen come to buy and all of that, and perchance maybe they went to the city with the middleman and they saw the prices for which the middleman was selling, and they saw that, oh, I can actually make this a business, and they went back home, start planting in larger, have to go and clear the lands that their grandfather gave to the family and start using it, and they've seen that, wow, the roads are bad, there's poor infrastructure in the rural areas, but you know what, let me invest and find a way to get this to the city. I'm going to get more than the stress I put myself through. And they've been able to do that, and to put it in a shorter phrase, they've seen the light. So they got involved in it, and for them, they've started. But the thing is, in the local rural area, of course, it's cheap. So they only keep back the ones they can eat, and sometimes even the ones they can eat, they sell it. They take it to the city where they can make, and that's good. But the thing is, balancing what exists in the rural area and the urban area. I think this food inflation that we're talking about, it can be brought down if the roads, the connection from the rural areas to the urban areas are fixed by the right infrastructure. It can also be taken care of if we can have harvests, at least like 3 or 4 seasons of harvest in the year. Turnaround harvesting, in the year, and that's if we are able to have storage facilities. And I know it's also going to be private venture where these private individuals will need to go build the storage facilities to have where private investors need to start having food banks for these specific reasons, for purpose of business, and it requires technology to keep these things in good shape, not that you store these things for 3 months and by the time they're out, all the nutrients that should give your body the necessary vitality has been taken away completely. So then we'll now have to bring NAFDAC. We'll now have to bring NAFDAC to come and look at some of these things. It's a whole, the value chain, it's something that we need to man very well as both an institution. That for those who are in this business, I think as long as for many of them where insecurity has not been the problem, I think they should just go ahead and make the profit, but they should not, worsen, neither aggravate the food insecurity we currently have.
All right, thank you very much. Let's quickly move to our last story before we round off. This is aviation professionals have raised safety concerns after United Nigeria Airlines accepted public apologies from comedian Freedom Asakwaye, popularly known as Mr. Jollof, and activist Martins Osei, very dark man, following a physical altercation aboard one of its aircraft. The incident occurred during a flight from Asaba International Airport to Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos. Both individuals engaged in a confrontation that disrupted the peace on board, prompting intervention and widespread public backlash. Now, in a statement, airline spokesperson Chibuike Uloka said the duo expressed remorse via social media and pledged to avoid similar conduct in the future. Now, while United Nigeria Airlines accepted their apology, some aviation stakeholders worry this response may set poor precedent regarding in-flight conduct. They are urging stricter enforcement of aviation safety regulations to deter future violations and maintain discipline aboard commercial aircraft. Chooks, quickly now, this is not the first time we're seeing this. We've had the Kwam 1 incident. We've had a lady that was dragged down and publicly disgraced, her clothes were torn. Is it that we don't educate passengers well enough of safety guidelines, rules and regulations, things to abide before boarding an aircraft? And are there penalties, strict penalties to deter some of this?
Yeah, it's not education, it's just implementation of penalties. There are behaviors that are not accepted at the airport, in the airport, around the airport, on top flight, in flight, around flight. There are behaviors that are not accepted. And since we've decided to lower the standards over time, we are seeing this. If you see each point in time, each time we see one is always higher, worse type of behavior than the last one. Yeah. What did we do when we saw the first one? We turned it political. What did we do when we saw the second one? We turned it charity. We turned it to a charity thing. Now we've seen two people physically fighting on flight. The next one is going to be worse. Until we have an accident that will result to something else. We'll now start calling God.
Some people have even said that these people should be declared, to be banned from flight for the next 6 months, or even declared not safe to fly. What's your thought on this?
Okay, please. I think they should. In fact, you know what I think? I think maybe the law enforcement agencies and the aviation stakeholders, including maybe the airline, spoke to them privately that if you do not take to this action, we are going to come to you through the legal route. Because the apology was given by both parties.
Helping.
Right? The apologies was given by both parties, and the airline did not withheld itself. It just quickly accepted the apology. So I think probably there must have been a backdoor negotiation, because even on social media, both parties that fought were still posting videos. They were making noise that look, I would have done this, I would have done that.
Sorry, it's not about them. I have no issue.
Yeah, I know.
But according to IATA conventions and IATA law, what happens when you have a physical confrontation on a flight? What the penalty in Nigeria is the same penalty in India, is the same penalty in the US. So what is that penalty? These are things we should be looking at. I don't know if you understand. How do you think they will take us serious? How do you think they will take our Nigerian flagship?
And these are high-profile people, and they are also high-profile.
It doesn't matter who he is.
No, I'm not talking about we should shield them.
Whether he's an MD of an oil company or a lady that is selling wares in the market, whoever it is not the issue. What activity, what disruption happened? What actions did we take? Because it's the same governing body. It's an international governing body. It's the same rule for everybody. So if we don't measure up to that particular rule, what is going to happen tomorrow when airpeace is held in UK? And they will say, okay, no. If it's their flight, if this happens, they won't take it serious. They will not hold it against our own airlines. So we should.
So probably rounding up. Yes, in rounding up. So probably I think maybe some form of disciplinary action should be meted out to both of them, but not for 6 months like Olumide is suggesting, but for a specific period of time, so that it can serve as a deterrent to any such happenings that may come up in the future. But I strongly think that in line with what you said, there must have been a backdoor conversation that, look, these guys, if you do not tender this apology, we are going to take it up with you, and that is why all this is happening. But I think we should go beyond that so that we can, put down a lesson on ground to serve as deterrence. I think we should do that.
Yes, I think the NC, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, should look into this. I know their spokesperson said they are working to see how they can actually come into this investigation and come out possibly with some form of punishment for these two people. Thank you very much for staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. This is where we will round off today's edition and this week's episode of SOUQ Business Landscape. Many thanks for joining us. It takes a village, like I always say, to make this thing possible. So starting from the cinematographers, the producers, the people in the MCR, everybody that, including the head of TV, everybody that took part in making sure that this show is a success. A big thank you to you. But the bigger thanks is to you watching, staying glued to us, commenting, sharing, liking. The conversation does not stop today. It continues on our YouTube page. Drop your comments, like, shares, topics you would like us to discuss. Anything that has to do with business, economy, and development, we are up for it. Keep following us, sharing, and liking. From here on, I am Oluyemi Adebo. Enjoy your day. Chooks.
Thank you very much for there. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful Friday.
You do have yourself a splendid weekend. I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. Good morning to you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only ours to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our men. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given him the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers are a disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you were going to play a game at 4:45, in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. Then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness, I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But realism says first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love, you understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they have baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why he came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our grand norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them. And after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discuss challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, ACTU, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive.
That's true.
But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So you're coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that you strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. This, like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as CPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the CPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, it's a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that pressure. That's why always I will raise this issue of pressure. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visiphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, SOUQ, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I am Oluyemi Adebo. Now let's begin. The Dangote Group will sponsor and fully participate in Kano International Trade Fair taking place from November 22nd to December 6, 2025 as part of its broad commitment to strengthen micro, small and medium enterprises nationwide. Group Chief Branding and Communication Officer Anthony Chijena said Kano remains central to the company's business operations, noting its strategic role in African commerce. He revealed that Dangote is developing multiple large-scale rice mills across Jigawa, Zamfara, Niger, Kebbi, and Sokoto states with a combined milling capacity of 1.5 million tons per annum to support national food security. Chijena added that Dangote's subsidiaries will set up dedicated help desks at the fair to foster business engagement, while new sugar pack sizes of 100 grams and 25 kilograms will be unveiled to meet evolving consumer needs. Senior Advisor, Special Project and Strategic Relations, Fatima Wali Abdurrahman, said the sponsorship aligns with the first theme of empowering small and medium enterprises, helping them access new markets and partnerships. The Kano Chamber of Commerce confirmed that over 1,000 exhibitors are expected, highlighting Dangote Group as a major sponsor committed to advancing enterprise development, backward integration, and industrial skills transfer across Nigeria. The Lagos State government will temporarily close major routes across Ikeja on Saturday, 22nd November 2025 to support the 10-kilometer capacity capital city race, the event organized by the Lagos State Sports Commission in partnership with race organizers will run from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., prompting controlled traffic restrictions along the map corridor. Now, the race will begin at Ikeja Shopping Mall and move through Billings Way, Kudirat Abiola Way, the Opebi Link Bridge, Adeniyi Jones, and Oba Akron near the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital before ending at Archbishop Vining Memorial Church at Oba Akinjobi Way. The government stated that the closure will be implemented in phases to reduce disruption for residents and commuters. Roads will not be fully shut for the entire duration of the race. Instead, movement will be restricted intermittently as runners progress along the route. A combined teams of officers from the Nigerian Police, the Federal Road Safety Corps, and the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority will manage diversions, guide motorists, and maintain safety. Commuters have been urged to plan earlier, and use routes, follow all official instructions, and ensure a smooth traffic management operation that supports the successful execution of the event. The Lagos State government has partnered with Inscribed Art to launch the Lagos Street Art Festival 2025, a citywide initiative designed to use large-scale murals to attract tourists and strengthen civic identity. Organizers said the festival, themed Legendary Lagos, City of Dreams, will bring international and local artists together to transform public spaces, noting that cities like Berlin and Miami have used similar cultural projects to deepen creative sector growth. Last Park General Manager Adeton Popola said the murals would enhance tourism and ensure art remains accessible to all residents. Running from November 25 to December 10, the festival will feature story walls, live public art paintings, workshop firesides, charts, and exhibitions aimed at connecting communities through creativity and shared experiences. Co-founders of Inscribed Art, Osa 7 and Akilabi Akimbulumo, said the project seeks to democratize artistic expression and empower emerging talents beyond gallery walls. Berger Paints and Larson Executive affirmed their support, stressing that public art strengthens education, mental wellness, and cultural identity while helping Lagos evolve into a global creative destination. United Kingdom households will face a slight increase in energy bills from January 1st as the national price cap rises by 0.2% to £1,758, according to industry regulator Ofgem. The adjustment comes despite wholesale energy prices dropping by 4% over the past 3 months, highlighting the growing influence of government-driven policy costs on consumer tariffs. Ofgem explained that expenses tied to government energy initiatives, including funding commitments for the Sewell nuclear power project, continued to exert upward pressure on household bills. The regulator aimed at policy-related charges now form a significant share of energy costs, keeping overall prices elevated even as market conditions ease. European equities are poised to even lower as investors retreat from risk-heavy assets amid renewed worries over stretched technology valuations and a clouded monetary policy outlook in the United States. Eurostoxx 50 futures dropped as much as 1.6% in early London trading, signaling a continuation of cautious sentiment that has weighed on global markets throughout the week. The decline follows a sharp reversal on Wall Street, where the S&P 500 recorded its largest intraday swing since the tariff-driven turbulence last April. Traders are increasingly reassessing growth expectations and interest rate uncertainty, prompting a pullback across major indices. That's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective. Welcome to Cashcraft, where we uncover the gold in every enterprise. Today, we explore a buzzing opportunity that is sweet, sustainable, and seriously profitable: beekeeping and honey production. Nigeria's honey demand is rising, but supply still falls short, creating a lucrative gap in the market. Beekeeping is a low-capital agribusiness with high returns, especially when done organically. From honey to beeswax, propolis to royal jelly, every part of the hive has commercial value. Imagine this: low startup, high yield. A beginner-friendly venture with starter kits costing 50,000 naira to 150,000 naira and profit margins above 60% after the first harvest. That is very possible. Also, are you thinking climate advantage? Nigeria's tropical vegetation and long flowering seasons make it ideal for beekeeping almost year-round. So you know that's a good business to venture into. Now let's look at health and organic market boom. Natural unadulterated honey is in high demand. This demand kept increasing on a daily basis, not just locally but across West Africa and international markets. And it is used for different purposes, from health to skincare, culinary, and more. You may need further research, professional advice to understand exactly what I am talking about. Now, value chain potential. Processing and packaging honey, producing beeswax candles, selling hives, or even offering training is the way to go. do not miss out. Just so you know, this is a climate-smart, gender-inclusive business that doesn't require owning a land or intensive labor. Here is how to take advantage. Start small with training and support. Enroll in the basic beekeeping course. Many NGOs, agricultural institutions, and cooperatives offer short-term hands-on training. Join a cooperative to access shared equipment, farmland, and easier entry into the market. Invest in starter kits. Begin with 1 or 2 hives. Starter kits typically include protective gears, a smoker, hive tools, and a bee colony. All you need to get started. Explore the full value chain. Process and bottle raw honey for local or boutique markets. Create value-added products such as beeswax candles, lip balm, soap, and natural polish. Build and sell beehives or rent them to farms for pollination services. Offer training and mentorship as your experience grows. Target empowerment opportunities. That's very key. Many donor-funded projects now support climate-smart, land-light ventures like beekeeping, making it ideal for women and youth with limited capital but strong entrepreneurial drive. From the wild to the wallet, beekeeping is more than a craft. It's a golden opportunity. With the right training and tools, you can turn nature's sweetest gift into your next source of steady income. And you know what? You don't need to think twice. If you want to go into it, take that decision now and get started. I am Grace Komalafe, and this is Cashcraft. I'll see you again some other time. Bye.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting culture agricultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic. representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome to Cash Crafts. My name is Grace Komolafe. In Nigeria's agro space, palm kernel oil, PKO, is an underrated cash cow, quiet, consistent, and massively profitable, known for its wide use.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In
Hello, welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the people and ideas that shaping the continent's progress and tell the business stories differently. I am Emmanuel Amolo, and of course, today's episode of the show would not be run alone. I've got the very delectable Oluyemi Adebo sitting by my left. And Oluyemi, it's great to have someone who is going to help us break down a lot of things. But then again, we're talking tax today.
Yes.
Greet our guests and of course our audience.
Tax, trust. Tax and trust, actually. Yes. Okay, good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, Nigeria. And good afternoon to you from wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa. I am Oluyemi Adebo. Talking about tax and trust. It's a huge topic. And it's going to be interesting because of
into Nigeria's 2026 talk about taxes. The new tax law is going to start next year.
Yes.
It's good we're having this conversation now because we're going to be having a lot of breakdowns and questions that many people still don't have answers to.
Yes.
Our guest today will help us to explore that.
Now, first of all, we need to understand that Nigerians, Africans generally, have issues with tax payments in Africa. Reason being that they feel they don't see the effects of their tax. They
Mm.
feel, I'm paying tax and there are no hospitals, there are no schools, there's no water, and so many things. They can go on and on and on and on and list the problems that we are facing despite paying tax. So there is this attitude of, why should I pay? Why should I pay when I cannot get it? And now you're not bringing in a reform for 2026, saying that don't worry, there'll be a single window for tax, there'll be no tax here, you just make it. Now, that is where the issue is. Someone has been paying before, and the person is not seeing the effect. Now you are coming up. Do you think the person will trust you enough? Now let me use something relatable. It's like a relationship. When we're talking about tax and trust right now, it's like relationship between spouses or between partners. You can't cheat on your partner and you expect your partner to trust you. You get it? So if you want the person to trust you, there are certain things that you need to do to let the person know that you can trust me now. Or I am not of the opinion of saying that, don't you trust me? No, trust is not something you ask people to do.
So essentially, what you are saying, the problem is not with tax.
No, exactly.
Okay.
The problem is not with tax. The problem is not with the system of collecting the tax. The problem with tax and taxation in Nigeria is what you do with the tax.
Collected. It's okay. Hold your breath. We'll come back because I don't think the energy that you brought to this conversation. We'll probably have to need a lawyer in the house to help us calm it down. Because tax is the lifeblood of every economy. Yet in Africa, it remains one of the most misunderstood and mistrusted tools of governance. As Nigeria prepares to implement the 2026 tax law, the continent watches closely. Will this reform usher in a new era of fiscal accountability or deepen existing tensions between government and enterprise? We'll go on a break and when we return, we'll tell you who we have in the studio of yours. I already let a bit cat out of the bag to mention that he's a lawyer, but I'll give you more details when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Dr. SOUQ Adebo, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adebo is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adebo introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adebo as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adebo as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS. Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Today on Just Africa, we unpack the real story behind tax beyond the figures, enforcement drives, and political noise. Our guests, Oluyemi Adebo, Senior Associate at Templars, is the leading voice in dispute resolution, taxation, compliance, and commercial law. He has represented governments, banks, and multinationals in complex tax disputes worth billions of dollars, and held shaped judicial precedents that now define Nigeria's fiscal jurisprudence. This episode explores how Africa can fix its tax conversation, turning taxation from a point of contention into a cornerstone of trust. The goal is to separate perception from policy and help citizens, businesses, and of course policymakers see tax as not as punishment, but as partnership in development. I had to laugh when I was reading out your profile, because when I heard resolving disputes in terms of dollars, the big money. So it's obvious I don't have a small person in the studio. Welcome to the studio, Mr. Adebo.
Thank you so much.
And I did put barista deliberately.
I appreciate it. I really appreciate that.
But look, let's dive into the conversation about tax, because I know one of the things that Mr. Oyelede has been doing with the Presidential Fiscal Committee, educating people about taxes, but still, it looks like a lot of us are not even prepared for what is coming next year. Please, in summary first, let's start with that one. What do people need to understand about tax itself?
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here and glad to be talking about this very important topic. So I think maybe just to keep it simple, I would start by defining what a tax should be.
Yes.
Right. So there are many definitions. People say a lot of things, but I think something concise for this conversation is that a tax is any compulsory imposition, right? Usually by law.
Yes.
And it could be on property, it could be on a person, it could be on transactions, and it often doesn't come with a direct benefit to the person paying it.
Okay.
And I feel like that clarification is important, because
it
ties into what we're talking today about trust. So Nigeria's structure, the federal structure, also is mirrored in the types of taxes that we have.
Yes.
So you have taxes that are collectible by the federal government, by the states, and local governments.
Yes.
It's a constitutional arrangement.
Yes.
You have taxes such as value-added tax. Simply put, I buy a plate of jollof rice and chicken from XYZ restaurant, and the jollof rice is 1,000 naira. Nigerian law, Value-Added Tax Act, requires that 7.5% of the value of that rice and chicken should be borne by me, who is buying the rice and chicken, in addition to what I'm paying for the value. So you pay a total of 1,000 plus 7.5% of 1,000 to XYZ restaurant. That's value-added tax. Now you have companies' income tax, usually paid by companies. Prior to the enactment of the new laws, there were like stages or rates graduating. You had
20% for medium companies, size companies. If you're a large company, 30% full. If you're a small company, of course, at the rate of 0%. So it was applicable at that stage. So if you have company ABC doing transport business, every year, or it's actually paid on preceding year basis, but every year, after you have done all your accounts, your profits, you pay companies income tax. You have petroleum's profit, it's paid by people doing upstream petroleum operations. You have quite a number of them. Capital gains tax, maybe you sell assets, you maybe sell machinery, for instance, for 1 billion naira. CGT, capital gains tax, is charged at the rate of 10% on the gain from that sale. So if your profit was 100 million, that's 100 million, not the amount you sold.
Capital, yes, the profit.
It's charged at 10%. So all of these taxes, personal income tax, on income tax, of individuals, salaries, that one. Yes. So, and also the structure is, like I said, the federal structure is mirrored. State governments collect some of them, like personal income tax for people who are residents in a particular state. Is typically collected by, that's why when you're remitting your pay as you earn, they call it payee. It will be those in Lagos, for instance, Lagos Internal Revenue Service you're dealing with. Now, for people in the armed forces, it will be the FRS. So it's a lot of,
Yeah, so now there's so many of these taxes that you ruled out quite a handful.
Yes.
How come, it's not even gainsaying. Many people now see, this is too many, this is too much. Why is it looking more like punishment rather than a civic duty?
Yes. I think the problem with that is the kind of system we run. I recall when the Presidential Advisory Committee on Fiscal Reforms and Tax Policy, when it was first formulated, the chairman of the committee had held an interview, and he said that from the research that the committee carried out, they found out that officially, there were 60 taxes in Nigeria. Unofficially, there were over 200. Now, you have those ones that, there's this law we call taxes and levies approved list of, you have cattle tax, you have wheelbarrow, you have bicycle, you have television, that's different from the other ones, police trust fund, tertiary education tax, a cocktail of taxes. But something he mentioned is that out of all these taxes, they realized that just 9 were giving rise to 98% of our tax revenue. So the question then is, why do we have these many? So we have a multiplicity of taxes. Now, it would seem that in a bid to generate more revenue, there are few people paying or bearing the burden of a larger population. So instead of efficient collection, there was an understanding that let's create more. Every small opportunity, you create a small agency, they are collecting tax just to make up. But it has always been said, a country can never tax itself out of poverty. It's literally impossible. So what we had was a situation where we were taxing poverty, we were taxing people's capital. You understand?
Instead of the profit,
You understand? So it's a problem we have, but that's where the new reform laws come into place, and the committee, some of the work they are doing is to, constrict the taxes that we have. For instance, those levies I mentioned, I know about 4 or 5. There is NASENI levy. NASENI is National Agency for Science, Engineering, and Infrastructure. You collect 1%. There is a Tertiary Education Trust Fund. You collect that one. There is NIDA, National Information Technology. There is but now it's been collapsed into one levy in the new reform laws, and it is collected at the rate of 4%. So the other things like Police Trust Fund, NYSC levy, some of those things have been, and we understand that there is ongoing engagement with the government with a view to, getting state governments, local governments to let go of some of these taxes that they're collecting, because it's just too much for the citizen.
All right, thank you very much. I love the breakdown. At least many people, you are educating so many viewers out there. Now, I love the fact that you talked about everything is now being collapsed to form a single tax, maybe process or something. Now, because of precedent, things that has happened in the past, most people, most citizens still have trust issues, because we are talking about tax and trust now. Now, you're telling me that there will be no longer tax on certain areas, but some citizens still believe that there are some hidden taxes. Now, this is, I won't blame them because these are things that has happened previously.
Yes.
So how do you convince someone that is watching that, okay, there will be no, this particular tax, everything has been collapsed into one, and so you are not going to be taxed again and again. How are you going to convince them that there are no loopholes, there are no little taxes that are hidden within the new policy that is coming up?
So, I mean, I perfectly understand where you're coming from and where a lot of the people who have this view are coming from. I remember you said something earlier when the program started. You said it's like when you're in a relationship and you cheat on your partner, what do you expect to come from it? And there's a trust problem. We have a situation where they say the social contract has broken. People no longer believe in the honesty of government. And you also mentioned, you said it is an us problem, not a tax problem.
Yes.
That's absolutely correct, because all over the world, truly speaking, tax is something that people are very skeptical about on the average. Almost everybody. Nobody likes to pay tax. I'd rather keep my money with me. But this is something you should note. In other parts of the world, like the Scandinavian countries, the Norways and all of them, they have some of the highest rates of tax in the world. They pay as high as 60% as tax. That's number one. But their tax to GDP ratio, which is supposed to be showing the level of effective tax collection, is as high as 40%. In Nigeria, we have 11. You understand? And when you check the misery index is what our people used to measure. You understand? Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they poor? They are very, very satisfied people. So what's the paradox? You're paying tax, but you're happy. There's a reason.
Yeah.
It's because the system works. In Nigeria, we have what we call a lot of implicit taxes. Implicit taxes are like, I pay tax, but the things that tax should cover, I find myself still having to pay those things. And when you have that kind of situation, people are unwilling to trust the system. They don't want to pay. Tax compliance is not a matter of science. It is psychology. You understand? It is psychology. You can make brilliant laws. Brilliant laws will fail in a system of mistrust. But I think something good that we have going on with the regime, the presidential committee, I don't want to hold their brief, but I've seen a lot of what is going on, is that there is engagement. I see them every time holding stakeholder sessions, public engagement. You see someone say something on Twitter, say, this is what they quickly come. They correct the impression, and they're trying to teach people that this is what this system is bringing in place. And if I'm going to be frank, of course, we're not going in depth here, and we're not about to talk about legal advice of where you stand and all of that. But the point is, there are quite notable things that are coming in place. And truly, some of these laws are taking away some things that we used to have before. Not saying they're not replacing them with other things. But so I think maybe we can be optimistic.
Yes, that is where my next question is. How does small businesses, medium SMEs, medium businesses, small, medium enterprises, how do they benefit? How does this new reform benefit them? Because when you look at, especially, I'll use the light energy sector as an instance, where you look at how much they put into power, just for them to be able to generate power for them to run their businesses. You can imagine, because we still have epileptic power supply in Africa, not just Nigeria. So how does this new tax reform benefit small businesses?
Well, so for small businesses, there are quite a number of provisions in the new laws, but let me just pick a few. Yes, so for instance now, there's been an adjustment of the definition of who falls within the category of a small company.
Okay.
Now, so under the new laws, if you're a company that your turnover is not more than 50 million naira, or your assets do not exceed 250 million naira, you don't pay any corporate tax. You understand? So it means you are exempted from companies' income tax. It is only people with above 150, and of course, with assets 250 and above, that pay companies' income tax. That's the first. The second is those levies I mentioned earlier that were consolidated, the 4% levy. It doesn't apply to small companies. So you're exempted from those. There are other things like where you have situations where you're supposed to collect VAT. So there's a provision for registration for VAT. You know, remember I said the person who bears the burden of the VAT is the person buying the thing. But the business has the obligation to collect on behalf of the tax authority.
Okay.
Now, there's a category called small businesses. The first one was small company. Now, there's small businesses. Small businesses are people whose turnover does not exceed 100 million naira. If your turnover does not exceed 100 million naira, you no longer have the obligation to collect value and you know the whole compliance, so you can focus on making money.
Oh, see, I have a follow-up question. Sorry, I have to cut you. Now, how do you measure the business profits? What if the business owner does not declare the true amount of profit they are making? How do you get to know?
So it's a problem we've had in the past, and it was because there was lack of proper records.
Okay.
The system was not intelligent. But now you recall, a lot of people were having problems when the government said they were going to do new tax IDs.
Yeah.
That's a new thing coming. Well, not really new, but people were uncomfortable. Since 2019, when they passed the Finance Act 2020, there was already a provision that when businesses are being set up, they should make sure they get a tax identification number. But these things were not really taken seriously.
Yes.
Now, what they're trying to curb with the tax IDs, you know, in Lagos State, you have, if you pay your salary, you get Lagos State tax clearance. They'll give you a number.
Yes.
You do federal, you get tax identification number. Maybe you go to Ogbomoso, for instance, you buy land, hypothetically. They tell you to come and register with them for tax. You get a number. Numbers all over the place. Now, something peculiar, like your NIN, can just be all that identifies you. Because whether you have TIN, you have Lagos State, you have Ogbomoso, everybody has NIN.
Yes.
Once they see your NIN, it's a unique identifier.
Yes.
You understand? Just like we have a social security number in other climes. Now, if it's for a company, your registration number as a company is enough. And with that, and bank records linked to your BVN, it is easy to trace every transaction, which is what leads me to where we come in. Now, if you used to go to the petrol station to buy fuel, and you buy fuel and you don't collect receipt, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yes. Because right now I have to get all the receipts.
You know those things even fade. Once you collect it, take a picture, and for the records, because some people were saying, oh, they're going to tax gifts. Nobody is doing that. But if you collect a gift, what is the proof you collected a gift? If you're doing a transfer now, let your description be there. Payment for XYZ. Because now is a system where records will be taken seriously. If they notice any suspicious transactions, you buy land from so person. And that's the way the system is. One person is trying to say they paid more amount to reduce their tax.
Yes.
And that person is trying to say they collected little to reduce their tax. So if you sell land to me and I lie that the land was bought at, say, 400 million, but you, on the other hand, you've reduced, you've stated that you actually sold it for, say, 200. My point is, once the tax authority notices a disparity between, they flag it, they call you for an audit. That's the way it should be. So verification. Yes, people lie, but with what I see is being planned, there will be much more accuracy.
Okay. If there's anything that you want to pick away from this, is start to keep your receipts.
Yeah.
When they call you for audit, that is where you know how to present these receipts. And then that's where you now remember, oh, I had this document somewhere, and I didn't give it. Oh, no, we have to get this serious. But then again, these reforms that are being, thrown about, I was looking for the right word. And I understand what Taiwo Oyedele does. He tries to break down with simple analogies. And anybody who wants to really understand it should get it. I was at an event 2 days ago, and one of the things the women complained about was this duplicity of taxes. They come in the guise of levies. And at some point, the woman had to ask this. She was asking the Minister of Women Affairs, is there a difference between tax and levy? Because at the point of this thing, I have paid plenty levies, and they'll still come and take tax again. It's still money going away from me. Please, how do we fix this problem? Please enlighten our people.
Yes, so it is indeed an existing problem. But let me just clear the air. Remember at the beginning I said any imposition that is compulsory is a tax. Every other thing is nomenclature. It's just something to use to make people see it differently.
Okay.
Now, the moment any payment is compulsory, imposed by law, without direct benefit, it is a tax. Whether you call it levy or charge, it is a tax. Now, that's different from other categories of impositions, like maybe rates For instance, if you collect water from Lagos Water Corporation and you're paying for supply of water, there's a key distinctive factor there, which is you are enjoying a service. If you are paying maybe so-called PHCN as it then was, you're paying for electricity supply. There is a benefit you are enjoying. That is not a tax.
Okay.
A tax means the government owes you no obligation to explain, statutorily speaking, where the money is going or what it is going to be used for. Although, realistically speaking, there should always be an explanation as to why. That's why they say tax is not quid pro quo. It's not consideration. I didn't collect from you so that I can give you. But of course, you have to show workings.
If that is the case, then why do people always argue, we don't see what I see tax for? It's not there now.
It's a principle. And I think it was coined so that people don't start filing actions in court. I pay tax, I did not see road. I pay tax, I did not see electricity. Those kind of things can overwhelm a system. So that's why they say taxes are not quid pro quo. It's an imposition by the sovereign. They think there should be a tax on this. And important thing is that tax is not even only for money. There are many uses. You pay taxes to redistribute income. We have a progressive tax system. The higher you earn, the more you pay. So it's a way of bridging the gap between the
rich and the poor.
It's a means of social control. If you don't want people to drink alcohol, you put higher taxes on alcohol so that it discourages them from buying it. So there are many uses of it. You understand? But the point is, people have a right to see benefits for paying taxes. So as to the original question, a levy, it is a tax, and that's what it is. But there's ongoing work. I hear there's also a bill that has been submitted to the National Assembly for removal of some levies, some rates from the Constitution, because there's just so many of them.
I ain't gonna lie, growing up, one of the most annoying levies that usually came then was television or radio and television. And then you just see the thing come and it be like, then we used to have like compound, different families and all. And the fathers will always come out and argue, you didn't buy television for me or radio. Why am I paying taxes for this? Because some of these things need there to be explained. I know part of the reforms now will fix some of these problems. But let's understand what the trade-off would be. All right, let's agree that we want to raise money. And then we want to do taxes. We don't want to lose out on making money because, look, to be honest, Nigeria has a revenue problem. We don't have enough money. That's why we keep borrowing. But then again, somebody will tell you, why do you want to now raise all the money just from taxes? Tell us why. Because from history, it shows that there's an imbalance. Our tax to GDP is still low. You mentioned 11%. How do we fix that problem?
Well, so I think prior to now, it was a mixture of different things. There was a time where they called us oil dependent. So all our revenue was coming from oil exports, crude oil, petroleum exports. Then there was the era, some like 10 years ago, where the tax people, it was like their era, they were calling for a change in approach, that other countries do well outside just resource. They get money from internally generated revenue, which is taxes. Let's start to rely on taxes. But I don't know, at some point you also lose the vision, and it now looks like you are not doing the thing well, so you are overtaxing people. And that's where we miss the picture. So collecting taxes, aiming to scale up revenue is good. It's very good. But when the system is now onerous, when foreign direct investment is discouraged, when non-resident companies don't find your country attractive, when people cannot even, it's like the woman on the road selling roasted corn. You're collecting 400 naira per day from her. I'm not saying, I don't know what the basis for it is. What is the margin of profit? Call something wheelbarrow tax. Somebody pushing a wheelbarrow from morning till night.
What is his turnover? Exactly, how much do you think he will make in a day?
Make a lot of force informal sector, so there's a need to tone down, and I think that's where we're headed. Don't tax the seed, right? Let it bloom.
Let it bloom.
And then you will have something,
Okay, so I want to ask now, who should we hold responsible for failure to use generated tax money rather, when they fail to use them properly? Who should we hold responsible?
Straight answer, The government.
Okay, so the citizens have rights to sue the government, right?
No. So this is where it comes in. I was saying earlier, it is not a justiciable right. Under the Constitution, you have the rights that you can bring an action on, and those you cannot. And that's why we're where we are. But I think something else can be done. First off, from our own side, as citizens, we need to change our approach. We need to be more interested. I don't want to call anybody's names, but I think we should be less interested in somebody who is pulling off their shirt on the TV and flexing muscles, or somebody who is, this dancing,
reality
the
TV
next
show.
trend, reality
Yes,
TV show.
Yes.
You need to be less interested in that. Don't give that person 10 million views. Focus more when they say the National Assembly is reading the budget. What is going into the budget? When they say they release the report of expenses, expenditure, how were my taxes utilized? You will notice even the most irresponsible politician will begin to now take those things seriously because it's gaining traction. So from our own side, I'm not blaming us, but I think we need to move to that phase where it is a core part of our lives to hold leaders accountable. That's number one. Number two is that the government itself must be transparent and open.
Okay.
Explain to me how you spent this money. Expenses. Let me be able to see on a billboard, for the year 2024, XYZ state generated XYZ amount. This was used for this. Let people have freedom of information to be able to read through. A major problem we may not be able to solve is still the fact that you can't take government to court for not using the taxes well.
That's why I first of all asked the question, who should do it?
But I feel like there's a bigger loss for the government when the people that are supposed to pay the tax are not motivated to pay the tax. They did a poll. They asked that how many people think that companies should pay tax. 29% of people, 27 thought so. How many people think individuals should pay tax? 17%. The taxpayer morale is low. That should be a big heartbreak for any government. Your own people don't feel the need to trust you with their resources.
Okay, should we say that maybe citizens should, I know this question sounds funny, maybe citizens should hold back the money for a while. until the government decides to be transparent enough, to be accountable enough, to be responsible enough, to use their money properly. Don't you think so? Well, maybe taxpayers should just hold back for a while. Then by the time you have proven yourself, that's the trust we're talking about.
Irreparable damage will happen because this is the lifeblood of the country. And in any case, please don't hold back. Otherwise, lawyers will eat too.
I was going to come from a place where, how do we raise taxes at the same time not kill productivity? Because look, I was talking to the lady who came here yesterday, and I said, look, majority of our economies in Africa are dependent on small-scale businesses. And many of them are literally managing to survive. If we overtax them, many of them will die out. How can we balance it out? We will tax to raise money, but we don't want you guys to die. How do we balance it?
Yes. So again, everything tax is always a function of policy and then law. So like the reforms we have, there is an attempt to, be less burdensome on small businesses, on lesser earning, low income earners. For like personal income tax now, they've changed the rates. Right? Now, the rates we have, it starts from people earning 800,000 naira per annum. And the rate is 0. So meaning if you're collecting minimum wage, and note that 800,000 is not your gross income. It's your income after they remove everything you do. Your pension, all of those. After that, if all you have is 800,000, you will not be taxed. The next one is 2.2 million per annum. I think that's at the rate of, 15%. Then I think the next is 9. Basically, the rates are cascaded in a way that you end up finding that people that are earning 50 million naira and above per annum are the ones that bear the larger burden. So it's a progressive rate. And the low-income earners tend to pay less. You understand? Now, that's one. In terms of companies, remember I said earlier, categorization of companies now, if you don't get up to 50 million turnover, you won't need to pay companies income tax. It's a way to reduce how much, you understand, the companies have, to pay. Then there's also the general attitude of compliance obligations, registration, collecting things. Now, most importantly, there are some new provisions that we have that show that we know you are big boys. We know you are heavyweights. You should pay more. You have things like effective tax rates for companies, non-resident companies, of 15%. If you don't get up to that, and the people in question here, we're talking about people whose group turnover is 750 million euros. They are focusing more on getting those people to pay more. You understand? You have things like force of attraction. You know, you're basically trying to find how the bigger guys are the ones that, you know, pull the weight. And I think generally the attitude of the new laws we have is to reduce stress on small companies and focus. According to the committee, they say that they're not even bothered about the informal sector. Because 97% of the people in the informal sector don't even have the strength to carry the economy. Maybe just 3% of them, some of them are earning more than bank CEOs, are people doing content creation, you know, and cryptos and all of that. So, but like, they're calming down with these people, taking it easy with them, and the laws are focused more on, you know, because we have a progressive system.
There's a question. Somebody says, so if, for example, I'm a small business, and then do my staff still pay tax?
Yes, now.
No,
Absolutely.
I expect him to say yes because he actually speaks for the government. That was what
No.
the government. No, continue.
I'm a businessman.
I think I get the question because you did explain that small businesses, I mean, they won't essentially pay
depending on the threshold. We're talking about their own tax.
Yeah. So their staff, would they still get paid like income tax?
You might be a small business and be paying people big money, but the same rules apply. If you work in a small business and the turnover is less than 50 million, chances are the people in that business may not be earning a lot to put them on a high level on the personal income tax scale. So ultimately, they are also benefiting from reduced personal income tax.
Okay. Because these are two different things. Company tax and personal income tax.
And I'm not saying the system is perfect, but I can say with all, because I mean, I'm a lawyer in the private sector, and our job is to help businesses thrive, manage, plan tax. It may not be perfect, but it seems to be a step in the right direction if properly implemented.
Very good clause. Very good clause. Very good clause. I do hope that people get to understand some of these conversations that we have, especially when in terms of them relating with their employees, and of course need to keep records, because right now many companies don't even have what you call bookkeeping, proper bookkeeping, stuff like that, because it will come into play when it's necessary. Now, how can citizens be better educated about the purpose and the use of taxes? How can we educate our people?
Yes. I think, again, we need to be committed as a people to show interest in what happens in our country. That's the first step. A willing mind to know. That's the first. I happen to see a lot of things on social media about the new taxes and all of those. It did seem like there was some misunderstanding, and it often comes from lack of sensitization. So I think the government, also the committee, which I think they're already doing, is taking its time to educate the people. You see them going to churches, you see them going to different places. There are also a lot of NGOs that can do better, especially for January next year when the laws take effect, to teach people how it works. I know that the Presidential Committee, I will not be able to provide it because I'm not on the committee, but they have like a Twitter handle, they have Instagram, they have TikTok, they have Facebook, they have YouTube, and they have QR codes on each of these places helping you to calculate your tax. If you don't know how to do it, put your income there, it will tell you how much you earn. You see them responding to questions. So if we can sustain this kind of effort, and if government can show, you know, the way you have a national orientation agency, have a series on national television dedicated to teaching people taxes. Send people to the markets, not because you want to draw their blood. Send people there to educate the market people about what tax obligations they have. Is it presumptive tax? What am I supposed to be doing? What are the obligations I have to government? If I'm confused, where do I go? For instance, there's a new tax ombudsman in the new tax laws. That person is supposed to occupy an office of complaints. You're not happy with how the tax authority has treated you, come to us. You have a complaint about the process. help us. Those people can recommend to tax authority to act in a particular way. But people don't even know about these things. Sensitization will help them.
Yeah, I like that sensitization part, especially for those people that are driving keke and the and yellow buses.
Yeah. And we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, we're literally winding down. We've had Barrister with us. Well, he's been able to break down a lot of things. But when we come back from this short break, we will definitely continue. Don't go anywhere.
Dr. SOUQ Adebo, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of a nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adebo is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adebo introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adebo as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adebo as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adebo implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adebo has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year, being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body.
Welcome back from that very short break, and of course we still got Barrister Oluyemi Adebo with us in the studio. We're talking taxes and trust. We just want to get this whole tax dilemma off the table. So at least the common man will understand that this thing is not necessarily a punishment. It is just to help you help the government or help you back.
All of them. All of them.
They help one way or another. And of course, Barrister, before we went on that big break, we're still talking about saving the common business person, right? And off air, we're talking about, you know, people who do usually informal sector work, right? And you talked about how to educate them with, you know, public conversation and stuff. But then again, you still have those ones that are adamant. If you work for a company that do not pay or remit your taxes, how do you say you just recommend for them to resign? How do you shake back from that to look at them? Say you just resign, or how do you do it?
I mean, ultimately, you have to be wary. You need to, I don't have a straight cut advice on what the person should do, but I don't think you should remain in such a place. Of course, without prejudice to the fact that you will now remain unemployed. Yes. But you should first start with maybe some form of engagement, because if you notice a lot of these tax obligations, now when you say they are not remitting tax, it means the individual's tax, not the company's tax, right? Because the company's tax, when you don't pay it, the obligation is for the company. The penalties and, you know, everything that comes with tax evasion, it goes with the company. But for the individual, your tax obligation is yours. So the company is not paying it, but you are there. There's a problem. The company's obligation relates to things like pay as you earn. So what happens is that before they pay your salary, they deduct and make sure they remit. Now, they will be in violation of the rules regarding mandatory deductions. But you as the person, it is called personal income tax. You're not paying it, you are the one in breach. You understand? So you have to, either you're engaging with the HR, with the business, and if you see that this is a problem, you may need to, you know, find a way out of it. There are other things I would have said, but I mean, maybe this is not the appropriate forum for those, but you need to be wary about this. Pension filings, your tax filings, you need to take them seriously. You want to travel, you want to, almost anything you want to do in Lagos State or any other state now, you want to buy land, you need to show that you're tax compliant. And at that time, with the accrued penalties, I don't think anybody should be.
Okay, so you have advised both government and corporate bodies when it comes to tax. And you also say that the tax conflicts keep reoccurring every time. So what are the causes, the weaknesses that you've encountered in this structural system of taxation? What are those weaknesses, and why do they keep reoccurring?
I think the biggest problem, or I won't say the biggest problem, one of the major problems we have is the state of the laws, right, with tax disputes. Or maybe I should start from the fact that generally people will always fight. There will always be reason for people to disagree. And sometimes people dispute tax as a matter of strategy. Just buy yourself time, just take it, drag it, and all of those for as long as possible. Then eventually you come to some consensus. There are some people like that. There are people who genuinely believe the government is mistaken. My business is so well structured. Government cannot believe that I don't have anything to pay, or I'm not paying up to this amount. It results in disputes. Then the ones that are more prominent are unclear laws. You see, even for lawyers and tax accountants and tax advisors, the system is very complicated. That's why a lot of people generally just run away from tax. Before now, you know, now we have the Nigeria Tax Act. It consolidates all the taxes into one law, the way you have a tax code. So if you are looking for any type of tax, just open that book. You find it there. Before, you check Companies Income Tax Act, Capital Gains Tax Act, even the laws that are not tax laws, they contain tax provisions. You check them. Then you have Finance Act 19, 20, 21, you have 23, you have circulars, you have regulations. Some circulars will override the others. So you are buried in an avalanche of papers and laws. Sometimes it's not even clear. And also because our laws are not well developed, you have a lot of gaps. Lawyers call these kind of things lacuna. We have a lot of, you know, because we deal with a lot of foreign clients, people who want to come and do business in Nigeria. To them, if this law is not clear, why are you trying to find a way to rope me into the scenario? And there's a tax principle that whenever there's lack of clarity in the tax law, it must always be interpreted in favor of the taxpayer because he does not owe you the duty. You should have made the provision clear.
Yeah.
So you have European countries and a lot of developed economies following OECD templates. They've gone far. It's like you're comparing a Tesla to maybe a Volkswagen of like 1970.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're still playing catch up. So minus the litigious nature of the fact that people must always fight, a lot of problems come from the fact that laws are unclear, they are complex, and it just has to happen.
Okay, so I'll take you back a little.
Yeah.
So when you talked about educating the masses on tax payments and all that. Now, one of the major problems I see or foresee is not just educating the people or talking to them, it's the language barrier. Do you people see that at all? And does the government understand the fact that language barrier could be a hindrance to communicating? Because communication is not about talking to the people now. For them to understand and get the feedback from, you understand?
Yeah.
So does government or the agencies that are trying as much as they can to make the people understand, do they consider the language barrier and do they ensure that they break this thing down to the bare minimum? We don't mind if you have to use our dialect to communicate. Do they put all that into consideration?
Yes, to be fair to the government, or at least some governments, I know that these things happen. Many years ago, I happened to work with the then board secretary of the Lagos Internal Revenue Service. I was like an advisor to him on informal sector operations. And I recall that there was a special directorate for informal sector. Our job every day, today we are going to Alaba, tomorrow we are going to Ipmori, the other day we are going to Tejo Show Market. And what we do is we speak Yoruba. Sometimes you bring them in a hall, a room, with a public address system, and you tell them, this is what you do. And there was a resurgence, or there was just this realization by Lagos State government, the tax authorities then, that they needed to engage the market people, the people who sell spare parts. These are and it will not be in English. It will not be in thesaurus grammar. You understand?
Yeah, to understand.
Broken down. And I think I would like to believe, so I don't do a lot of that now because, it's also a thing of sector. You rarely find FRS talking to people in the market because the taxes that they collect are rarely those kind of, not saying, never, but you're likely to find people who are interested in collecting market fees or some, those kind of things, or want to tax those selling clothes in Balogun market to be more interested in educating them. But I think there should be a coordinated and federal approach towards breaking. You can do it in as many languages. Do it in vernacular, we call it the broken English. Do it in Hausa, in Yoruba, in as many dialects as you can do. People like NYSC graduates looking for jobs. National Orientation Agency, this is an opportunity to engage people. Are you speak your language? Are you TIV? Where are you from? Come and speak and explain. Do it in sessions, So I think a lot more can be done.
Yes, now educating the masses is not enough. How about educating the tax collectors? Do you people do that?
When you say you people...
The government, do they do that? Do they educate the tax collectors? Because let's go back to the very, very small ones. We don't have to see a tax collector season clothes on a bus conductor. You don't have to start carrying a pepper seller. I have seen these. You see the woman maybe just coming and you just pack all her wares and you take it. Do we have to go through all that?
I think I don't know if to say I'm happy for what you just said, but I also feel like it's an eye-opener as to the perception that the public has. I dare say, I don't know if anybody has a contrary view, the people you're talking about are not tax officers. They are not government officials. In what we do, we call it tax touting, where government pawns out or delegates the function of collecting some peculiar taxes to people. So like the way you have the people collecting taxes on the road from bus drivers, those people do not work for Lagos Internal Revenue Service. They do not work for the Federal Inland Revenue Service or Ogun State Internal Revenue Service. Wow. Those are instruments of the government what they deem to be an administratively efficient way of collecting. And it's a problem. You know, these taxes we call nuisance taxes, parking, load, you know, this kind of. Yeah. So it may have been put in place because it is maybe administratively efficient, but you see the perception. It's tainted. The public sees people. I actually had a problem. 2 people were fighting on the road. They were fighting for this engine cover on the car. They were fighting, dragging. I was driving. This was an express. By the time the guy eventually pulled off his engine cover from the tax collector, he just pulled it into my car. He dragged a line straight from the front mirror to the rear. Straight line into the body. Not that, you know those ones they say you use brake oil. Not those ones. I just imagined
who do you know responsible?
Few inches, the guy, I hit him, he dies. Yeah. First thing that happens, someone comes there, God forbid, manslaughter. Yeah. Oh, why were you driving at this speed? Didn't you see them fighting? Why is that even a thing? Why is that a way of enforcing the tax? So those people, I would not call them tax authorities. They are not. The real tax authorities, they have their job cut out for them. They do trainings, but even now we're saying they need to do more. Look at should I call them our contemporaries? Ghana, South Africa, Egypt. You see professionalism. You see transparency. Tax authorities understand better. And I see that government is beginning to recognize, and we're doing a lot of job. They go to trainings, conferences. I will tell you for a fact, some of the best hands that are now going in-house are the people that work in FRS and LRS and Ogun State IRS and Kwara State. They are very intelligent. They know this thing. So consistency, have a module, ensure that it's going on. And these guys, I don't know about them. I really don't know. I cannot speak for them.
Sticking with education, how early do you think we need to start to educate the populace or the population? How early do we need to start to let them understand the essence of taxes?
I don't know what happened when I did social studies as a child, but I think that we should have started from then.
Primary school.
Yeah. Yes. Make it ingrained as a civic responsibility. It's a duty you owe your country to pay taxes. But you know, it's a two-way street. If you're going to be doing that kind of thing, you have to be sure that the government understands the trust that is being reposed in it. It's like the way you tell people you have a duty to defend the national colors. When you're singing the national anthem, you show this is how people should feel about tax. You should feel patriotic and building my nation. But it's not just about teaching. It's also about,
Very correct. Because just to add to what Amulu said, these things are taught in civic studies right now. Yeah. So the higher you go, even if at primary school levels, when you were doing social studies and civic, you do not understand, when you get to the senior secondary school, one should be educated enough. Yes. But like you said, that is actually taking me to the next question, actually. Not just teaching it, making them to understand it. And that's policy. Yes. Sometimes policies are made on paper. Implementation, we don't say that. So how do we do this right now? Because more policies, more laws are coming out every day. We're trying to make it easier for the populace. We're trying to do this and make it easier. Are they just paperwork? They are beautiful, fine on paper, but implementation. Because that's a big challenge in Nigeria and Africa in general.
Yeah. So policies, they're supposed to be more long-term. And you're not supposed to be having frequent changes of policies. We have a national tax policy. And I know there was one in 2017. There's been some adjustments to the national tax policy. It's supposed to set out the general direction of how we want our tax system to be. Is it going to be, let's focus less on petroleum-based taxation? Let's focus more on this. Will it be, do we want a proportionate tax system, meaning pay equal taxes? Or if you earn low, you pay low. If you earn more, you pay more.
Okay.
I can say for a fact that some of the things we see today are a reflection of the tax policy, but we're not still where we need to be. For instance, there's a rule in the tax laws that whenever you want to make a new law, there must be at least, I think, 3 months space before the law takes effect. These new laws coming in next year, they were signed into law in June. Yeah, and they're coming in January. Some people think even 6 months is not enough because of the overhaul that is going to happen. But at least there's some commitment to showing the tone of the policy in the law. So those kind of things. So we do have policies, but I think we can do better in better streamlined, policies. The way the developed nations, you have OECD guidelines on this, on transfer pricing, on base erosion and profit shifting. This is how we should ensure that multinationals are not running away from paying tax. We need to be a bit more, granular. And yeah.
As somebody who has observed the way our tax environment has been, and then what the presidential committee is proposing for next year, what differences would you say you would hang on to? Like, this is where we're coming from, this is where they're saying we would be at. What are the things that we should be optimistic about?
I think we should be optimistic, number one, about better and seamless administration of taxes. Someone who constantly advises business, I can see like there's a new air in terms of administration. The FRS will cease to exist. FRS maybe used to mislead people into thinking that they were only for federal. It's actually a federation thing. But now the name has changed will be changed to Nigeria Revenue Service. So you know that it is for the whole Nigeria. Now they'll be collecting they are collecting all types of revenue due to the government of the federation. So you're not going to have different agencies overlapping. This is my own power. I'm going to collect this one. It's now being channeled towards the FRS. I don't know whether that will be 100% successful because there are some, levies, some taxes that are special for some types of government agencies. But at least this shows that there's an intention to streamline collection, right? One. Two, you have things like before, if you get an assessment from a tax authority, if the tax authority tells you pay XYZ amount, normally the process is that you write what we call a notice of objection. Yeah, I don't agree with you. This money is too much. Then the tax authority should either revise it or take away the assessment, or they can write to you and tell you, we refuse everything you said. This is called, they call it a NORA. It's a notice of refusal to amend. But you see the problem, sometimes it might take 2-3 years. You will not even get a NORA from the FRS. So you don't even know whether or not they agree with you. But you keep looking over your shoulder, oh my God, are they going to come back one day? Am I going to be in trouble? Penalties keep accruing. But now the law says, if after 90 days of serving them your notice of objection, they don't come back to you, it is deemed that they have agreed.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah, you understand? You have things like that. You also have provisions that talk about, there's something we call security deposits. Before you challenge a tax, there's some provisions that say you have to pay that tax first. Then you can now come and challenge it. It was always a problem. People felt it was unconstitutional. I'm challenging something. You are making me pay. In fact, the worst part are the types of taxes that they call them best of judgment. So the tax authority will just look at you and say, I think this is what you are supposed to pay. Can tell you, Mr. X, pay 10 billion naira. The person might, after all the audits and drags, might not even pay up to 1% of that amount. Now imagine you make me deposit 10 billion that you might not even have. You understand?
Yeah.
Now there's an amendment of the provisions of I think that would be the Joint Revenue Board Act, saying that amount, when you're going to the Federal High Court, appealing a decision on tax, you only pay 20% of the tax. For me, some people would have wanted 0, but I think it's a major step. In some countries, it's 10%. I think 20% is acceptable. So let me explain why it's good, because you think I should not be paying what I'm contesting or any part of it. But also on the side of government, if a dispute should go on for 5-6 years, government cannot have the money. So it's a two-way street. Tax authority doesn't want to let go of money for a protracted period. Taxpayer, but a delicate balance is some amount. And I think some of these kind of things are showing that administration is going to be much better. Tax ID, electronic VAT invoicing. So now you have to go electronically to generate, to track all these kind of things. So it's going to be better. Also things like value-added tax. I think I should have mentioned that earlier. For small businesses. So there are things we call value-added tax exempted items. Means you don't pay VAT on them. Like raw food.
Okay. Yes.
Food, basic food items. Or like household items, like sanitary pads and stuff like that. But there was a problem, and the problem was that if you are a manufacturer of water, for instance, before you can manufacture a bottle of water, you would have maybe paid for plastic, paid for whatever, you would have imputed,
and all that,
and in those things you will be paying VAT.
Yes.
But the final output would not have VAT from the consumer because nobody pays VAT on that kind of item. So what did they now do? They changed it from exempted to zero rated. Some people asked, what are you doing?
Does that mean?
Zero rated, exempted. So what it means is that you actually put VAT when you are selling your bottle of water, but you put it at 0%. Now, that gives you the opportunity to come back to claim your input VAT from the government.
Okay.
Again, I mentioned implementation. They say you will be able to claim it within 30 days. Let's see whether these kind of things will be properly implemented.
That makes sense. I don't know. You see, maybe you have to have a master class or something. This is a breaking. While you were talking, I was like, wow. Yeah. Like, this is like opening my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm not a business person per se, but they're opening my eyes so I can even educate somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. In your experience, right?
Yeah.
What were the common disputes that you always found in terms of or tax-related disputes? What were the common ones? What were police coming to you with?
Well, my experience may be a bit nuanced, or how would I put it? Qualified. Okay. Because depending on where you're playing, it would show the kind of dispute you're having.
Okay.
If you're dealing with a lot of multinationals, you'll be having disputes relating to whether the multinational has a tax presence in Nigeria or not. So I would not want to call the names of anybody.
Yes, of course.
But imagine you're advising, hypothetically, a Google, Facebook, Snapchat, X. What is the problem you're having? It's simple. Facebook, for instance, maybe it's not in Nigeria, maybe it's in the US, but people in Nigeria are using Facebook, and maybe there's some money that Facebook is generating from the digital services or the traffic. How does Nigeria's FRS tax Facebook, who is not in Nigeria? Exactly. These are the kind of issues. And should Facebook, what would be the index for determining whether Facebook has taxable presence in Nigeria? This is what we call significant economic presence under tax, right? So it means there's a provision of the law that if you're carrying on these kind of services, digital, these kind of things, and you're making XYZ amount threshold from these kind of businesses, then you are supposed to be paying tax in Nigeria. I also have problems, the kind of problems I face. I'm dealing with people that don't do digital, but they are also not in Nigeria. Maybe they manufacture fruit juice in Norway, and people are buying it in Nigeria. A company creating fruit juice in Norway and people buying it in Nigeria, do they have taxable presence in Nigeria? This is what we call whether there's a permanent establishment. Do you have a base? Is it that when you finish doing the juice, you send it to Nigeria, to a warehouse? That's a fixed base. Somewhere where you are now distributing to people. Or do you have an agent in Nigeria who is helping you sell? So even though you are not here, you are enjoying our goodwill and you are getting money from our people. So advising multinationals on this kind of things, right? Generally, I find myself more in space where I'm talking about, should this person have been paying tax? What is the volume of it? More on a corporate, level than individual level. You understand?
Okay, so we're still talking about the tax reform for 2026. Now, is it just for the federal level, or the states also? They don't have to go on using the old tax system. Are they also collapsing their own tax system into the 2026 tax reform? Is that what they're doing? Because if they're not, I see conflicts somehow in the process.
Yes, there is always conflict. The reforms actually they are national in nature, but national is subjective. Like I said earlier, there are a lot of taxes and you share the burden. Maybe if I can explain now, for instance, if you're talking about stamp duty, right? Normally, stamp duty is based on a law by the federal government because it's on what we call the exclusive legislative list. That belongs to only federal. But in the law, to collect that type of tax, right? It is based on, if it is a transaction between two companies, it will be collected by federal.
Okay.
If it is based on transaction between two individuals, it's collected by state. So it means if they amended the stamp duty law, it affects both federal
and
state.
Yes.
Remember that this tax act, if it's an act, it is for federal. It's passed by National Assembly. States still have their own powers under the Constitution for the taxes that they are supposed to collect. Like, you know, the way people say value-added tax is conflicting with hotel consumption tax.
Yes.
So if you go and lodge in a hotel now, you will pay VAT. You also pay Lagos State consumption tax. So this reform has not touched on Lagos State power.
Did you see what? Now you see why the question came up?
It will bamboozle.
But remember I said earlier that it has been said that there are ongoing engagement. This one is not about law. You can't force a state to change its own law.
Yeah.
So it has to be a national effort for a constitutional amendment, or rather, even if you will not amend the constitution, can you just, for the safety of everybody, tone down on some of the taxes? You might have the power to collect a tax, but if you don't take it, nobody will sue you for not collecting it. So I hear there's a political approach towards, toning down on some of, but it does not affect state taxing powers. It doesn't.
Because I see a situation where someone will say, but the law says, the uniform says, and this says, you see the tax collector telling you, that is for Nigeria, that is for federal, and that is not for those states.
Yeah.
I would lie. I'm having Mr. Adebo break down this thing for us and open our eyes to a lot of the conversations. But in wrapping up, you definitely have to tell us, if you were to envision a healthy tax system for Nigeria, Africa, what would it look like?
I think a healthy tax system that I will see, sometimes we overlook the small things. Right from time, there's this popular economist, Adam Smith. He wrote a book called Wealth of Nations. And part of the things in that book are supposed to be things that every good tax system should have. This is year 2025.
Yeah.
That book was probably written in 1770 something. You look back, you realize that those basic elements are still applicable. Number one, certainty. A tax system must be certain, meaning people must know how much tax they will pay, how they will pay it, who will collect it. Not that people are fighting, it's me, it's me. It must be clear. So this addresses the first question, point I talked about, which is unclear laws.
Yes.
If there is certainty, your laws will be clear. And it's that simple. It's not going to be that you'll be dancing in the gray. And you'll be, sometimes a lot of multinationals are wary about the tax system because before they started their business, they did some, some analysis of what their obligations would be. And they were told, you will not do this thing. But all of a sudden, even though the law is not clear, the government is trying to impose, no, you shouldn't have that. I should know A is A. 2 is convenience. The tax system must be convenient. It must not be onerous. It must not be burdensome for me to pay taxes, for me to comply. And that also extends to multiplicity. It should not be too much. The next thing we should have is equity or equality. It means equity in that the higher you earn, you should pay more. Person earning more should not be paying the same thing as a person earning less than him. It should be progressive in nature, right? Then you should have what we call administrative efficiency. Administrative efficiency means that the amount you're even spending in collecting tax should not be more than the tax you are collecting.
True.
You understand? You're spending so much money hiring hands, doing all of this, but when you look at your yield, your tax to GDP, it's nothing to write home about. No. So we need to be a bit more efficient. And the tax system must be reflective of modern trends. It should support foreign direct investment. It should support businesses to grow. SMEs should be able to thrive. People should be willing. For me, this is where the line is. People should be, your tax system should encourage compliance. On their own, let them say, it gives me pride to be in the system. Not that once you hear you have to get tax ID, people are running. How do I not get it? Do I have a separate account? Should I do crypto? Should I? Let people be encouraged, and it's all a function of policy, implementation, and building back broken trust.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Oluyemi Adebo. I mean, he is a senior associate at Templars, leading voice, of course, in dispute resolution, taxation, and compliance, especially in commercial law. thank you so much for being our guest for today. Thank
you.
I had to sit down at some point. I was like, I just nodding my head. I'm receiving lecture.
Yes.
And I'm sure our viewers today would definitely have had one or two things to learn from today's conversation. We'll definitely bring you back around that time. Perhaps I'll pack all my lawyer friends on the table and then have a conversation. Well, thank you so much for bringing insights.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure to be here.
Hopefully, the trust that we are hoping to get from taxes can be established with this kind of conversations that we've had. And we'll definitely have more conversations about it.
Yes.
Okay. Today's conversation with Oluyemi Adebo reminds us that tax is not a tool for punishment. It is a language of trust between people and their government. My dearest Omevi.
Yes.
I am feeling like a tax lecturer right now. Because I have received, you know when the lecturer gives you food, you eat very well. The next thing is how do you want to cook it again so that you are not feeding somebody else. Give me your take from today's conversation.
Yes, today a lot has been said, and he first of all, the fact that he broke this tax conversation, including the reform down to for everyone to understand, is very key. So people don't have to start running away from tax payment. They're here, they want to, you see it as a penalty instead of civic duty. Now, most people, I personally have come to understand that, yes, it is my duty to pay tax. Although I have expectations from the government, but right now you can't even do anything that the government you cannot do anything to the government if the government does not do certain things that you were expecting them to do. Yes, then key thing, transparency. Certainty. You can't make a law today and change it tomorrow. That's what he said. Don't make laws that will destabilize businesses. Don't make laws that will destabilize individuals. For businesses, for any economy to do well, the businesses that are there has to do well. If not, I don't even know where you want to get the money to tax them from. You understand? So you must be setting, okay, these laws, they're going to serve you for this period of time. So you should be prepared. Then ensure that the people comply. He said another thing. He said make laws that will encourage the people to want to pay. So you understand. So even when you are making those laws, you are setting about those laws. Make laws that will make someone to say yes. And after it's not too much now. It's something I can pay. So it's just a way of encouraging your citizens to pay. Then you see all those ones taxed out. Yes, that was the language. Taxed out. I think the government really need to do something about those taxed outs that are out there harassing people. And as government officials are coming out to educate the populace, please, let's make ourselves available to learn. Education, information is key. If you don't even know what this tax is all about, and these people are coming to you to come and lecture you, to educate you, and you don't make yourself available, of course, this tax tax will take advantage of you. So it is better you come outside and learn, acquire new knowledge, just as Amolo has acquired.
I've learned a lot. Yes, we've been able to establish tax and trust on social media. But then again, when that trust breaks, you understand, compliance starts to fade, and every reform becomes another stumbling block to the growth that we need to achieve. Anyway, many thanks to all our viewers who have joined us on today's session of the show, Just Africa. Of course, do well to follow us on our social media platforms because we'll be giving you content that would enrich you and help you make better decisions. I remain Emmanuel Namolo, and this is where we'll draw the curtains on today's episode of the show. Join us next week. We'll be right back. Go away anyway.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that
more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Game Hers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Game Hers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they expressed the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. his mom a dietitian and dad a nurse. His root is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Eke's journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Eke's dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
So I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing. Okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course. Okay, and the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, that you have university counselors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And the thought, since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exton University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, Eke can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place. And then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools, connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Eke's major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Eke's entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Ake's strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with SOUQ's retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Ake also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC, and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Ake's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Ake's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has an expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, OFR, in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership, Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time.
say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. It remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So we the oppressors in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets. We have first year strategic intent. We want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena.
As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Oluyemi Adebo Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Oluyemi Adebo Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing
I was born on the 16th day of October
63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from BIC that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy, and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for SOUQ News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR.
Good day to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from the studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Oluyemi Adebo. Let's begin with today's top stories. Auditor General of the Federation flags fresh violation in CBN's currency operation under ex-Governor Godwin Emefiele worth 29.77 billion naira. And remote workers and citizens with offshore assets raise concerns over the potential for excessive financial surveillance by government agencies. And UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrives Johannesburg to attend the annual G20 summit with other world's 20 largest economies. And still, the UK government unveils a major overhaul of immigration policy as Home Office extends standard timeline for indefinite leave to remain from 5 years to 10 years. And Ghana declares interest in co-hosting rights the future FIFA World Cup alongside Nigeria and Ivory Coast. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. Now, the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation has flagged fresh violations in the Central Bank of Nigeria's currency operations under ex-Governor Godwin Emefiele, according to the latest audit The CBN reissued 29.77 billion naira worth of counted audited dirty banknotes in 2022, directly contravening its clean note policy aimed at maintaining currency quality. The breaches were traced to CBN branches in Abuja, Lagos, Bauchi, and Jos, where irregular issuance occurred between April and December 2022. The findings raised fresh questions over accountability in the Apex Bank's cash handling practices during Emefiele's tenure. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria says recent reforms have stabilized the economy, but deeper structural changes are needed to improve living standards. Deputy Governor M.M. Usoro, represented by the Director General, the Director of Corporate Communications, Hakama Sidi Ali, made the remarks at the 2025 Seminar for Finance Correspondents and Business Editors in Lagos. Usoro noted that Governor Oluyemi Adepo's administration inherited high inflation, forex scarcity, low reserves, and dependence on ways and means financing, challenges that required swift action to safeguard the financial system. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has revealed that manufacturers spent a staggering 676.6 billion naira on alternative energy in the first half of 2025, yet still struggle to meet their electricity demands due to Nigeria's unreliable and unaffordable power supply. This was disclosed in MAN's Manufacturing State of Affairs report for October 2025, presented by Dr. Oluwasegun Osidipe, Director of Research and Economic Policy. Despite a slight reduction in alternative energy costs during the period, manufacturers continue to face serious operational challenges tied to inadequate electricity access. The report also featured the latest Manufacturers CEO Confidence Index, indicating low business optimism driven by persistent energy instability. MAN warned that if the government fails to address the electricity crisis, the sector may face further contraction, job losses, and reduced competitiveness. Stakeholders continue to advocate for reforms to boost power generation, improve infrastructure, and cut production costs. Now, the International Trade Center and the Nigerian Export Promotion Council have launched a UK-funded trade mission in Abuja to boost women's participation in global trade. The three-day event, held from November 18th to 20th, connected 30 Nigerian women-led businesses with 12 UK importers, targeting agri-food and beauty sectors where Nigerian women entrepreneurs are competitive but underrepresented in formal exports. Supported by the UK's Shared Trade Commonwealth Programme Plus, the mission aims to unlock an estimated $32 million in untapped export potential between Nigeria and the UK. Nigeria's scheduled air travel capacity is projected to shrink again in the fourth quarter of 2025, marking the second consecutive quarterly decline, according to data. Quarterly air transport chart booked for the third quarter of 2025, the report highlights Nigeria as one of the few African markets expected to witness a double-digit drop in seat capacity, signaling ongoing challenges in the country's aviation sector. By contrast, other key African aviation hubs are showing strong growth, with Egypt and South Africa forecast to increase seats capacity by 8.6% and 11.8% year-on-year, respectively. The disparity underscores Nigeria's struggle to keep pace with regional peers in airline recovery and expansion. Nigeria's sweeping tax overhaul, set to begin in January 2026, is drawing growing public concern over the potential for excessive financial surveillance by government agencies, while the reform is designed to boost national revenue and widen the tax net. Many Nigerians are uneasy about how deeply authorities may probe into private financial records, especially to remote workers and citizens with offshore assets. The legislation signed into law on June 26, 2025 includes 4 core facts: the Nigerian Tax Act, the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act, and the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Act. Critics warn that the digital compliance measures may infringe on data privacy if not carefully regulated. Still on financial issues, Nigeria maintained relative stability within the mid 1,400 naira range this week, supported by improved foreign exchange reserves in Nigeria's treasury. However, rising demand from importers exerted pressure on both official and parallel markets. On Thursday, the currency traded at 1,450 naira at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, while in the parallel markets, rates ranged between 1,460 naira to the dollar and 1,475 naira. Traders in Lagos reported slightly higher dollar offers driven by increased demand. Now, despite the mild depreciation, analysts note that currency of forex inflows and treasury holdings have helped prevent a sharper fall. Sustained intervention by the Central Bank of Nigeria and improved dollar liquidity will be key to keeping the naira within a manageable band. Now, still to come in the news, Zambia launches a $1.4 billion overhaul of major railway connections into copper-rich southern region to an Indian Ocean. We'll bring you details of that story in a moment. Please stay with us.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial. and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sectors' efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has arrived in Johannesburg to attend the annual G20 summit, which convenes leaders from the world's 20 largest economies. His presence underscores the UK's commitment to international collaboration, despite criticism from some who call him never hear Keir over frequent foreign trips. Before the summit begins, Starmer will visit a Johannesburg rail depot featuring trains manufactured in Derby. The visit is part of efforts to promote British exports and showcase the global reach of the UK engineering and manufacturing. He is expected to unveil a new UK-South Africa partnership in which Britain will provide consultancy and strategic guidance for the country's rail infrastructure. United States President Donald Trump declined to attend, citing widely discredited claims about the treatment of white people in South Africa. The Chinese embassy in the Central African Republic has issued a strong warning to its nationals, urging them to avoid illegal gold mining in the volatile country. The embassy said many Chinese job seekers facing limited opportunities at home are turning to Africa only to face exploitation, violence, or deportation. Several Chinese citizens have reportedly been kidnapped or killed by armed groups, while others were deceived by business partners and left with nothing. The embassy described the harsh working conditions faced by some miners as mining slavery, stressing the absence of legal protection and rampant abuse in informal gold operations. As more Chinese workers consider high-risk overseas jobs, officials are urging caution. The embassy called on citizens to avoid illegal ventures and report suspicious recruitment schemes, warning that the dangers in CAR's gold, or the Central African Republic's gold field, far outweigh the financial promise. Now, Zambia has launched a $1.4 billion overhaul of major railway connections connecting its copper-rich southern region to an Indian Ocean port. The ceremony was marked by the attendance of Chinese Premier Li Qiang, Zambian President Hakainde Hichilema, and Tanzanian Vice President Emmanuel Nchimbi, highlighting growing trilateral cooperation in infrastructural development. The project follows a September agreement between Zambia, China, and Tanzania to modernize the rail originally built with Chinese assistance under Mao Zedong in the 1970s. The upgrade aims to improve cargo efficiency, reduce transit times, and strengthen regional trade along the southern corridor of Africa. Officials said the railway modernization is expected to boost economic growth, create jobs, and support Zambia's mining exports, while demonstrating Beijing's continued investment in Africa's transport infrastructure. Now, Singapore's central bank says its current monetary policy stance remains appropriate, citing stable economic conditions and a balanced output gap outlook. This was disclosed by Edward Robinson, chief economist at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, during a briefing on Friday. Robinson noted that the country's output gap is projected to stay positive through 2025 before leveling off to around zero by 2026. The remarks followed the release of the third quarter economic group data, which showed steady performance despite global uncertainties. The central bank has kept its policy settings unchanged in recent months, maintaining a gradual tightening bias to contain imported inflation while supporting growth, according to reports. And now to India. The country is preparing to launch air cargo services with Afghanistan, aiming to deepen trade ties amid strained regional dynamics with Pakistan. The plan was disclosed on Friday by an Indian Foreign Ministry official during the visit of the Taliban Trade Minister Nuruddin Azizi to New Delhi. Azizi appealed to India to open cargo hubs and increase trade as Afghanistan faces restricted access to essential goods like food, medicine, and industrial supplies due to border closures with Pakistan following recent military tensions. The renewed cargo link is seen as a step toward economic stabilization and regional re-engagement. India has historically supplied Afghanistan with key humanitarian and commercial goods, and both nations are now seeking alternative trade routes to bypass Pakistan's border bottlenecks, according to reports. Moving on, Chinese cruise operators are rerouting away from Japanese ports amid escalating diplomatic tensions between Beijing and Tokyo. The fallout stems from remarks by Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, suggesting a potential military response if China attacks Taiwan. Industry insiders and cruise schedules reviewed by newsmen indicate a pivot towards South Korean ports as alternative destinations. Tour and port agents anticipate a tourism boost for South Korea as Chinese itineraries shift focus away from Japan. The dispute marks a fresh blow to China-Japan tourism ties, with broader implications for regional travel patterns and port economies. Now, Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's cabinet on Friday approved a 21.3 trillion yen, an equivalent of $135.4 billion stimulus package, her first major policy move since taking office. The package signals a commitment to aggressive fiscal expansion amid economic headwinds. On the total, 17.7 trillion yen will be allocated through the general account, significantly higher than last year's 13.9 trillion yen. The plan also features 2.7 trillion yen in tax costs to boost consumer spending. Takaichi's stimulus package is Japan's largest since the COVID-19 pandemic and is aimed at supporting households, spurring investments, and safeguarding growth as global economic uncertainty persists. Now, still in the news, United States Citizenship and Immigration Services announces hike in immigration filing fees effective from January 1st to 26th. We'll do that story and more in a moment. Stay with us.
When most Nigerians hear about anti-graft agencies, fear is the first response, anxiety over investigations, raids, or sanctions. But the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, is showing a more collaborative face, one that seeks engagement and partnership to foster integrity across public institutions. The message came to the fore during a courtesy visit to the National Orthopedic Hospital, Igbobi, Lagos, where the ICPC Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner for Lagos State, Alexander Chukura, led a strategic conversation on collaboration, ethics, transparency, and institutional accountability, received by the hospital's acting medical director, Dr. Wakil Lawal. The visit focused on sensitizing management and staff on the importance of ethical conduct and risks of practices that might attract the Commission's attention.
ICPC is the police of public agencies. I want to break it down the way you understand it. What we realize is that we police MDAs to make them adopt global best practices. However, it is a known fact that one person cannot serve an attention and start well. For crime or for corruption to be consummated by the public officer, most of the time you find people from the outside, they contact us. They are not public officers, is that not true? I'm aware on the same page. So essentially, the ICPC is the police of public agencies. What is really corruption? Can someone attempt? Or do I just go ahead? And what they want, which one would you prefer? Okay, let me go ahead. There are that complex term, corruption, has been seen by different people at different times from different perspectives. But I'm going to still break it down. Corruption aptly refers to an abuse or a misuse of position of public trust to confer an unfair and undue advantage to oneself, to one's relative, or proxy, which may not necessarily be financial. Anything you do to abuse or to misuse that position of public trust for your own gain and for others is corruption. So, the point I'm saying here is that if we have that at the back of our mind, and ICPC is the police of the public agencies, what about the EFCC? The EFCC came after ICPC for purposes of specialization, economic and financial crime.
A key moment of the engagement was an open question and answer session where concerns were raised about perceived bias in enforcement, particularly when some political actors appear untouched, while public servants are often held accountable. The commissioner clarified that the ICPC investigates based on issues and petitions, not status. While he noted the section of Nigeria's constitution which offers temporary immunity to certain office holders, he stated that this immunity elapses once they leave office, after which credible petitions are duly investigated. The leadership of the hospital present were also encouraged to see the ICPC not as a threat, but as an ally in strengthening systems and protecting public trust. Chukura emphasized that internal mechanism is not enough in fighting corruption Rather, it requires alignment with global best practices. He urged public institutions to adopt transparent documentation and compliance protocols, stating that the absence of proper records can be just as detrimental as misappropriation of funds.
As able to address some areas of concerns and also improve our knowledge on things that we actually don't take cognizance of. More importantly, in some situations, the officers or the executive or the head may not necessarily committed any offense. But from your statement today, I will deduct that
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Now, the UK government has unveiled a major overhaul of its immigration system, introducing an earned settlement policy that extends the standard timeline for indefinite leave to remain ILR from 5 to 10 years. Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood announced the reform, called it the biggest shift in 5 decades. She said the new system is designed to reward migrants who make strong economic contributions, demonstrate English proficiency, and follow immigration rules. Settlement is a privilege, not a right, Mahmood stated, as the Home Office outlined criteria that will shape who qualifies for permanent residency under the revised framework. The policy signals a tougher interest-based or merit-based approach to long-term stay in the UK. Now, Britain's economy is showing signs of strain as key indicators across businesses, households, and public finances decline ahead of next week's national budget. Finance Minister Rachel Reeves is expected to announce new tax hikes in a bid to reduce public borrowing. However, data released on Friday suggests that anticipation of fiscal tightening is already weighing on economic sentiments. Analysts say that business investment is slowing, consumer confidence is down, and government revenue projections remain under pressure. Reeves faced a challenging path as she attempts to restore fiscal discipline without deepening the UK's existing growth slowdown. The government is under pressure to strike a balance between spending cuts and tax increases, especially with inflation still above target and borrowing costs high. The upcoming budget is seen as a major test for the Labour government's economic credibility and its ability to navigate a fragile post-pandemic recovery. Now, German private sector activity expanded more slowly in November as weakening industrial output dragged momentum in Europe's largest economy. New data showed that firms continued to grow, but at a reduced pace, underscoring the difficulty facing policymakers working to restore stronger national productivity. The Composite Purchasing Managers Index by S&P Global fell to 52.1 from 53.9 in October, remaining above the 50 expansion mark, but missing analysts' expectations of 53.5. The decline signaled softer demands across manufacturing, even as services maintained modest resilience. Economists said the slowdown highlights persistent structural pressures, including higher energy costs and weakening export orders, which continues to limit recovery prospects. With growth losing steam, attention is shifting to government measures aimed at boosting competitiveness and stabilizing industrial performance. Now, the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services has announced a hike in immigration filing fees effective from January 1st, 2026, in line with the inflation adjustment mandated under H.R. 1. The revision reflects inflation trends between July 2024 and July 2025. Under the H.R. 1 law, The Department of Homeland Security is required to update specific immigration fees annually starting from the 2026 fiscal year. The United States Citizenship and Immigration Services said these adjustments will now become a yearly feature to reflect changing economic conditions. The agency clarified that only applications postmarked on or after January 1st, 2026 will be affected. The new rates apply to select categories detailed in the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, announcing applicants are advised to review the changes and ensure they meet the new payment requirements to avoid delays in processing. Now to the world of sports. Ghana has declared its interest in co-hosting a future FIFA World Cup alongside Nigeria and Ivory Coast, embracing the global trend of multinational tournaments. The sports minister, Kofi Adams, said Ghana is well positioned to pursue a joint bid, pointing to strong infrastructure and regional cooperation. He noted that FIFA's preference for shared hosting presents a strategic opportunity for West Africa to unite and stage football's biggest event. According to Adams, three countries have complementary strengths and a history of football excellence, making them ideal partners. The proposal remains in its early stage, but discussions are expected to intensify ahead of FIFA's next bidding cycle. If successful, the bid would mark Africa's second time hosting the World Cup after South Africa in 2010. Stakeholders said that it could boost tourism, regional unity, and investment in sports infrastructure across the sub-region. Now, new Atalanta coach Rafael Palladino has thrown his weight behind Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman, who is enduring a slow start to the 2025-2026 season. Lookman has managed just one goal in 10 appearances across all competitions following a frustrating summer in which a potential transfer failed to materialize. Despite a strong interest from the clubs like Inter Milan, Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid, Atlanta rejected a 45 million euros bid from Inter, holding out a 50 million euro bid, a decision that reportedly unsettled the 28-year-old. Speaking to reporters, Palladino expressed confidence in Lookman's quality and promised to help him rediscover his best form. The coach's public backing comes as both player and club seek stability amid mounting transfer talk, with January window approaching and sweeter still cycling. And that's a wrap on the news. But before we go, yes, a quick recap of today's top stories. The Auditor General of the Federation flags a fresh violation in CBN's currency operations under ex-Governor Godwin Emefiele, worth 29.77 billion naira. Now, remote workers and citizens with offshore assets raise concern over the potential for excessive financial surveillance by government agencies. And UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrives Johannesburg to attend the annual G20 summit with other world 20 largest economies. And UK government unveils a major overhaul of immigration policy as Home Office extends standard timeline for indefinite leave to remain from 5 to 10 years. And the world of sports, Ghana declares interest in co-hosting a future FIFA World Cup alongside Nigeria and Ivory Coast. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, SOUQ News TV, and Priya Kumale. Good afternoon.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12, Sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in other words, I will just say I sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is ripe and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, I'm a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with the international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. when we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have ensured so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their onions, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can, in a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honorable Tajudeen Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, publication of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destinations, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ag Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ag Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ag Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ag Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ag Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aigboje Agemokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Agemokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Agemokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Agemokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Agemokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Agemokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about